School Toe Scout.
So it feels amazing to have won second place here at Innovate WithIN. That money is going to go directly into getting me started in injection molding and really just allow me to kickstart this process even faster.
First place winner, which is $25,000 in seed funding, $10,000 in 529 accounts, goes to Michaela Nathan.
Winning here at Innovate WithIN is quite shocking, honestly. I don't think I've processed it all yet, but I'm really grateful.
Winning here at Innovate WithIN, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in because they call the names off. They start at third place and they go up, and you hear second, and you're like, there's no way I won, and then they call your name, and it's very exciting.
Other students should compete at Innovate WithIN because it gave me an opportunity to meet so many people that I would not have had the opportunity to meet, and think about what I'm going to do with my newly learned business skills in the future.
We're good. Think like one. The future economy will rely on people that provide value and build solutions. The other thing is, as a teacher and as a parent, I want to make sure our students to see problems as opportunities. I think that our youth right now are so filled with passion and the ability to recognize problems, but the ability for them to break them down and see them as opportunities is actually what we're going to see here today. Also, I want to tell you a little bit about the Innovation Educator Fellowship. This is something I'm immensely excited about and wanting to expand. Basically, this is a support group of peers and similar stages of life, teachers that help build these relationships. We want Trojan horse teachers in every school to be able to be that conduit of activities like this going on in their school. We have a lot of support for them. We have curriculum. We have once a month meetings. It is just vital that we have teachers that are represented today, because I see there, Mr. Moda, that we have these teachers that are other, and who else? Yeah, who else do we have? Got my glass. Oh, thank you. And then do we have, I thought we had 3 maybe. He's parking the butt. See, even more dedication. But these teachers are so important and so vital that they are the conduit. They are the Trojan horse of that school that gets their students to do projects like this. So love that. Also want to say a few things about the Alumni Association. Essentially, as we grow and we scale this, we meet a lot of people. A lot of our alumni that exit high school still want introductions to amazing people or organizations. They still want introductions to people that are doing seed funding, and that's something we want to grow out more. So if you're a student today, I'm hoping this is the first time I'm going to know you for the next 20 years. I'm being sincere in that. And also, if you're an adult, I'm also that you're going to help, like, well, who isn't interested in talent? So the Alumni Association just isn't the students. It is the people in this room that go, young lady, young man, you're onto something, and I'm here to help. And at the end of the day, it's people like that. I'm looking back there, and I see Big Play Ray, right? Ray has been the conduit of public and things around the schools, and these kind of adults to be able to attract these resources from the schools and beyond is important. All right. The timeline of things that we're going to do today. I'm going to take a look here. So the things you see today is the culmination of really we kicked off in August. The students got the curriculum. They started building something. They started, in a lot of cases, pivoting and making changes to their idea. And then by February 16th, there was a deadline. And that deadline, we graded all the round 1 participants. And so out of a lot of student applicants, we pick a top 10 for every region. So if you're in this room, you're already in rarefied air. You're here. In the next couple weeks, we're going to be hosting all these regional pitch competitions. We're going to be taking a winner. This is slightly different this year. We're going to be taking a winner from this region, but if you did possibly do well, you might be invited to what is the top 10. We have 6 regions this year, and so we're going to have 4 at-large bids. Because sometimes the margin of first and second is so close, and we wanted 4 at-large bids. In May and June, by the time you know, you'll be notified if you did come in the top 10. Whether you win today or in a couple weeks after the round 2 is over. That time is for those top 10 teams to get a little bit more time with us, a little bit more mentorship. And then in June, on June 21st, we're going to have our pitch competition in downtown Indianapolis at Butler University. Also, the teams that are in the top 10, you will get a trip on June 25th. We're going to once again go to Washington, D.C. And guys, when you see the itinerary for that, believe me, It's amazing, and you'll have a chance to meet some amazing people there. So that's the timeline of what we have. Before I kick off, I want to thank again our host, University of Evansville. Always such a great host, and they encourage and foster you guys to move on and keep chugging away. The Indiana Economic Development Corporation, the Small Business Development Centers across Indiana, but my gosh, I do have to say the SBDC Center here in Evansville is so supportive, and they have been since day one. We also want to thank our state finals seed funding sponsor, which is the Buckingham Foundation, and also to our state finals host, Butler University. And for our state final sponsor, Beck's Hybrids. And by the way, members of Beck's innovation team have monitored a number of regional finalists, and we appreciate their participation. All right, now we want to share a little bit of video from the awesome things going on here at University of Evansville.
Powerful, meaningful change. That's what we create here at the University of Evansville, a private, comprehensive university located in southwestern Indiana. Hi, I'm Ben Johnson, the Associate Dean of the Schrader Family School of Business Administration. At UE, we challenge our students to think critically, act bravely, and use their skills to solve real-world problems. In the Schrader School, 100% of our students complete an internship, and our job and graduate school outcomes average 95%. We know our world is changing. Learning how to innovate and adapt are key to your future success. When you come to campus, you'll see those values in our classrooms and our discussions on campus. Whether you're studying music, engineering, business, education, or one of our 70 other majors, you're learning valuable skills that'll help us make a better tomorrow.
Welcome, innovators. My name is Erin Lewis. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Innovation and Change. And I'm so excited to greet you today. Here at the University of Evansville, we deeply believe that everyone is a change maker and that everyone has a chance to change the world. And here at the Center for Innovation and Change, it's our full-time job to help you get that done. We do that through Change Lab, which is a class that allows you to join other students and faculty in enacting your ideas. So if you're having fun working on your project, we hope that you'll come here, get class credit for it, and do it full-time with us at the University of Evansville. Over the years, we've seen dozens of students take those exact steps, like the community tree downtown, which is the world's tallest solar-powered Wi-Fi tree, or the hydration station, the world's first outdoor 24/7 filtered water station right here on our campus. And of course, the Toyota Trinity Stormwater Park, which will filter millions of gallons of combined stormwater runoff out of the Ohio River, helping clean it up. So I can't wait to see what your projects are. We're here to help you the whole way, and we wish you the best of luck in this competition.
We're excited to host the Region 1 Innovate WithIN pitch competition. First through third place winners will receive an academic merit scholarship. Additional prizes are in place for the top winner. We wish you the best of luck and look forward to hearing your pitch.
All right, could you please welcome Ben Johnson, Associate Dean of the Schroeder Family School of Business and Administration, University of Evansville, to the stage.
Thank you, and welcome to the University of Evansville. As he said, my name is Ben Johnson, the Associate Dean and the head of the Schrader Family School of Business Administration here at the University of Evansville, and we welcome you today. And it's exciting to be here. It's exciting to be around all of these innovators, all of these change makers, all of these future leaders in our business world and communities. One of my favorite quotes is, "Light yourself on fire with passion, and people will come from miles around to watch you burn." And I hope that's kind of what we do here at the University of Evansville. Not necessarily light you on fire, but in essence, you feel that passion, you feel that purpose. Just a few weeks ago, I heard a student ask another student, "Hey, what's your hustle?" Which my generation might say, what's your passion, what's your purpose? But that's how they were talking to each other. What's your hustle? What is it that makes you, that drives you, that makes you that leader and that innovator that you are? And so that's kind of what we have here at the University of Evansville. I was introduced to a term, the entrepreneurial ecosystem. I love that term because that does kind of encompass what it is we do here at the University of Evansville. You know, we help provide the guidance and we provide the support, but you, our students and our future leaders, you provide that hustle. You provide that passion that drives your project to make the world a better place through your innovations, through your ideas, and through your future projects. So again, welcome to the University of Evansville. We're excited you're here, and we look forward to hearing your pitches.
Love that. Passion as if you're on fire, which, by the way, if you are on fire, you'll be put out by good, clean, filtered water. Up next, dad joke. Up next, please welcome Jill Griffin, PhD, Vice President of Enrollment and Marketing at the University of Evansville. Jill.
Thanks, Don, and welcome, everybody. First of all, I just want to get an idea. How many of you are seniors? Okay, juniors? Sophomores? Freshmen? Okay, awesome. I'm really, really delighted to see all of you here. Anybody out there a little bit nervous? Yeah, okay, I expect that. I wanted to if you would allow me, I wanted to share a little bit of a personal story. So you might have noticed that I have, here, I was born a little bit different. So when I was born, my parents were surprised. They were not expecting somebody to come out with without two hands. And you know, they were trying to figure out what to do. And my mom took me to a pediatrician, you know, after she got settled into things, and asked the pediatrician, will she ever crawl? And so this first doctor said, I don't know. We'll just have to see. You'll kind of have to watch things. You need to be careful. We'll just see what she's able to do. My mom didn't like that answer. So she took me to another doctor, doctor number 2, and asked the same question, will she ever crawl? And this doctor said, if you let her. And so my mom went to that doctor and had that motto. I mention this because you all have your ideas, and your ideas are like your babies, right? And they're not perfect yet, right? They're young, they're developing. What I encourage you to do is to find the right kind of doctor. So there's going to be a lot of people like Dr. 1 that will tell you, oh, your idea is not fully fleshed. I'm not sure if it can work. You're too young. You don't know enough about business or engineering. Maybe you don't have enough money to start it up, or you don't have the right connections. That's the Dr. 1, right? Then there's going to be the Dr. 2 that listens to you, that supports you. It may be some of the teachers who are here today. It may be some of the folks from Innovate WithIN. And if you come to the University of Evansville, it's certainly us. It'll be those people that will help you figure out how to make things happen and believe in you and help you to do the things that you want to do. So at the University of Evansville, we're definitely a place like Doctor Number 2. We have dozens of students who have ideas or work on other people's ideas. And one of the things you saw in the video was the Change Lab. And so Change Lab is a program where every semester about 10 to 15 projects are going on. Many of them started by students, some started by faculty or community members. The space is just around the corner here, so when you take a break sometime, you can go and peek in there. But that's the kind of thing we do here. We support our students. And we do that largely because we're a Changemaker campus. There are 30 campuses in the world that are Changemaker campuses, only 19 in the US and 11 outside of the US, and the University of Evansville is one of those. And the motto of Ashoka U that designates Changemaker campuses is everyone a Changemaker. So you all here today are Changemakers. Changemakers are people who see ideas, opportunities, challenges, and want to dig in and do something about it. So I encourage you to continue doing that throughout your life. You matter, your ideas matter, and I wish you all the best today. I know everybody's nervous. Just knock them dead. You're going to do great, and just continue to do great things throughout your future. Thanks for being here today.
All right. Actually, I want to point out, like, the fact that Ashoka is, like, that's a big deal. So I love the seeing yourself as a change maker. That is so important. All right. I'd like to introduce the judges. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, let's go from stage right to left. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. George Day, Evansville Market President for Old National Bank and Senior Director, Commercial Banking. Happy to be here.
Irai Subara, Marketing Coordinator for the Evansville Promise neighborhood.
Hello, Logan Jenkins. I'm the Executive Director at Evansville's Circular Venture Lab.
Hello, my name is Maxwell Omwenga, and I'm a computer science professor here and also a program director, computer science.
Hi, I'm Anne-Marie Murphy. I am the Director of Small Business for the state of Indiana and the Associate State Director for Indiana's SBDC.
And over there to the right is McKenna. She'll be keeping you guys all on track. So we'll go over that format really quick. So basically, you guys know you have 6 minutes and to present, and there is a 1 minute kind of warning from Ms. McKenna, and then judges will have up to 4 minutes of Q&A. We're also, McKenna will be timing that because we don't want to go on too long. After that, the judges will deliberate during lunch. Awards at 12:45, then they will select the first place winner. However, all teams, like I said earlier, are still eligible to be named one of the 4 wild card slots winners throughout the state that will compete in June. Lunch will also be provided, which, by the way, the best food here. We always love coming back. The student competitors, teachers, and judges will be provided lunch on the first floor. All right. All that stuff is now through. We are so excited to begin the first team, which is H. Hangers from Terre Haute, North Vigo Schools. Come to the stage.
Hello, I'm James Belmar from Terre Haute North, and I hope you guys enjoy my presentation. A lot of people's closets look like this in the morning. Clothes are on the floor, they're getting wrinkled, you might slip on them, it's not a great time. Another problem arises in clothing stores, where clothes are often found fallen off their racks on the ground, also getting wrinkled, which is not good for these clothes. What if I told you that my product is a solution to this problem? Helpful hangers are my innovative product that solve these problems in an affordable, easy way. We aim to elevate everyday hanger use to the maximum by offering easy-to-use clipping hangers that no longer fall off their racks. Let's get into the numbers. My first design is the one you see here on the left. It's also the one you see in the demonstration up there. This design cost me around $1 to produce and works very well and is very sturdy, but has a downside as it is expensive. My second design is the one you see here on the right. It costs a lot. It works just as well and is more versatile in the amount of racks it fits on and costs a whole lot cheaper. With me currently doing the labor, I aim to mark them up to 20 cents per unit. I will then offer packages of 10 hangers for $2 and 100 hangers for $20. All of this with a 100% profit margin. Regular hangers range in price from 8 cents to $1 per unit. So this brings me into what's so special about my hangers. Well, they are extremely low on the price scale with their competitors. Their increased quality and functionality really sets them apart from these other hanger companies. The hanger market has also been stagnant for years. Everyday hangers are nearly all the same and have received almost no innovation for hundreds of years. My competitors are selling normal hangers at a close price. I am selling almost perfected, more functional hangers at a close price. The sky is the limit. Let's talk about traction I've gained. I've contacted multiple local businesses to Terre Haute who are interested in connecting with me about my idea. I've gotten through with Tipton Davis from a vintage clothing shop, and he's interested in trying out my prototype, which I aim to give him a package and price for his needs if he's interested. I also recently pitched the idea to some Union Hospital board members who mentioned they see my hangers as a great help for the elderly and people who are dealing with arthritis, so they no longer have to bend over to help pick up their clothes off the floor. Investability. I mentioned earlier my hangers are very competitively priced. Their low price and increased functionality makes them the clear choice in this market that is ripe for disruption. With the $1,000, I will first put $500 into perfecting my design. I want to make sure my hangers are the highest quality for the lowest amount of price. With the next $250, I will put it into scaling to manufacturers and beginning production. I want to get a small supply of my hangers that are ready to sell. With the last $250, I will put it into marketing and advertising. I will first contact smaller local businesses to gain traction, then go towards larger corporations in hopes of selling my idea with a patent in exchange for royalties on each hanger sold. Helpful hangers are ready to take on the hanger market. Thank you guys for listening to my pitch, and don't leave me hanging. Thank you. Are there any questions you guys have? I also have the clip I showed on there, if you guys would like to. Yeah. Any questions?
Well, thank you for that. And thank you for being the first one as well. I know that makes it a little more difficult. What is the biggest challenge that you see in the future aside from actual fundraising?
I think the biggest challenge would be getting production started. I've looked at hanger machines to produce them in bulk, and those cost a large amount of money. But I think once I get production started, I'll be able to just snowball from there. But I think that's my biggest challenge.
You know, one of the things that you look for in the entrepreneurial spirit is, you know, what is the motivation for your hustle, right? We're talking about the hustle. So can you just talk a little bit about what drove you to this design, to this concept, and, you know, maybe just share a little bit about when your feet hit the floor each morning, what makes you excited to take on this project?
So like a lot of people, I have a pretty messy closet, and I go to pull my clothes off the hanger in the morning, and a lot of the time they fling on the floor, and I fling all my other clothes on the floor, and it's just not a really great time. So it just helps make that part of your morning that much easier for me.
Will the hanger be fully 3D printed?
So currently we're looking at attaching a wire to that clip. If that price is still cheap, then I will probably go with the wire, but I'm also going to test 3D printing the whole hanger to see how that performs in comparison to the wire. The current wire I have on this one performs really well and doesn't bend very easily, so I think that's the way I'm leaning more towards.
So your cost estimation is based off of the 3D print, right?
Yes.
Have you thought of changing the materials of your hangers to something more sustainable?
The only materials I have really looked into are the 3D print and this clip. I'm not sure about more sustainable, but these perform pretty well for me. Good question.
What has the hesitation with the current individuals that you've talked about potentially piloting this in their organization? Like, what is the biggest challenge that they've stumped you with?
So you're talking about the individuals I've reached out to? So the biggest challenge is really them getting back to me. It's that I got the initial connection, but it was really hard to get in contact with them. But the one I did get in contact with, he's open to trying a prototype, which I'm getting to him soon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you very much. Well, hey everyone, I am Hunter Stone, the co-founder of the STARTedUP Foundation, and I want to say thank you again to everybody that has come out here to support our different students. I think one of the most important things that we can do as a community is be the folks that inspire and coach along our different students that are solving problems, taking us into the future. So thank you again. I'd like to introduce now Team 2, CaseFlood.ai from Signature School.
All right.
Hi, I'm Emily Rudolph.
I'm Tolan Shreed.
My name is Ethan Hilton. About a year and a half ago, I founded an AI-based legal lead aggregation software company. We actually competed in Innovate WithIN and made it to state finals. I ended up stepping down from my role as CEO, but throughout the journey, I talked to a lot of lawyers and learned a lot about their problems. And across all of them, there was one that stuck out the most. It was that most small law firms don't have the capacity or infrastructure to do client qualification, or the process of asking relevant insights to a prospective client to see if they have a case that the lawyer wants. So I wondered if this was a regional problem, so I took to the web. I found a study done by Clio. Clio is the world's leading case management software company. And what they did was they sent out 1,000 phone calls to law firms across the nation pretending to be a client. And what they found was that only 56% of the law firms had someone answer their phone, and 39% let calls go to voicemail.
So why is this? Well, the average US law firm only has 2.4 lawyers, meaning that the vast majority of these law firms don't have receptionists to take calls. This places the burden of client intake directly on these lawyers, who are facing back-to-back-to-back client meetings, court appearances, logging their billables, and have to find time to eat lunch. They're going to miss calls. So this drives away clients who are literally asking if the firms can take their cases, as 67% of clients base their decision to hire a firm on their initial responsiveness, and 82% of customers expect an immediate response to a service inquiry.
On the other hand, even if lawyers are answering these calls, they can be spending upwards of 45 minutes with a singular client. And with the average lawyer billing at $327 an hour, they're spending a large amount of their two most prized resources, time and money. Now, over the past few months, we've been working to develop a solution for this. I'd like to introduce you to CaseFlood, a customizable, multilingual AI receptionist that responds to basic inquiries, asks lawyer-relevant questions, summarizes calls for CRMs, and of course, just like any receptionist, schedules meetings.
So let me show you how this looks. First, a caller calls and is met with a pre-recorded message from their lawyer.
This is John Smith from Smith Law. You're about to talk to my AI assistant, so don't fear. It'll ask you about your case and send the info to me, and I'll respond to you within 24 hours.
Next, our AI assistant, Bob, or Barb, depending on your preference, will ask a series of law-related questions to generate a complete understanding of your case. And then finally, it sends this information through a summary to your lawyer's CRM. That way it makes their decision to follow up with a caller fast and easy.
Now, this is very new technology, and we are legitimately the only ones doing this. Now, the current way that lawyers are solving the problem that we are trying to solve is through virtual receptionist services, or essentially call centers for hire, which really are only for general receptionist services. And they only provide receptionists without any legal experience. It's likely the first and last time that this receptionist will be working for this law firm, and they have no multilingual capabilities.
And secretaries can cost more than $3,400 a month. The time they can answer phone calls is limited, as this is only one of the many responsibilities that they have at small law firms. They're rarely multilingual, and they don't integrate directly into the law firm's CRM system. Also, they can only take calls during office hours.
Whereas CaseFlood has unlimited amount of time to take calls. We're multilingual, up to I think 50 languages now. We integrate into and format for CRMs, which is something that we found that lawyers really want. We have 24/7 support and availability, as well as we're meant for lawyers. Now, our pricing model is quite simple. It follows a traditional SaaS model of a monthly per-line basis for unlimited usage at $349 a month. And our costs for operating expenses are as follows. This is what we predicted at least until the end of 2024 or until seed round. And here are our costs of goods sold.
Now, we've diligently calculated all of these specific costs, but we'd love for you to ask about them later. And the most important thing here is our 95% gross margin.
With a $1,000 pre-seed investment, it allows us to buy sales tool, web hosting, domain, and an AI training budget.
The web hosting and domain name gives us simple credibility, as we'll be posting testimonials and social proof on our website. This is especially critical as we'll rely heavily on digital marketing.
Now, $200 may not seem like a lot for an AI training budget, but we've already been given over $1,000 in free training by the AI companies that support us. So this $200 will last us until our seed round.
Sorry about that. Now, when it comes to traction, here's the exciting part. It actually works. We can give you a live demo after this. You can talk to it. We'd love that to happen. It's been focus group tested. It's been tested by a whole bunch of different law firms, and they've given us their direct feedback enthusiastically about exactly what they would love to see in a product like ours. And oh, actually, this was made on Thursday. On Friday, we were reached out to by Neil Chapman, and he was really excited about the product, so we talked for a bit. And we're now going to meet up with him on Tuesday to hopefully close the sale and get our first customer, which we are really excited about.
We have an LLC, so we're formally operating as a business, and we have a website where people can sign up to be on our wait list.
This is our advisory board. They've been absolutely instrumental in helping us navigate the legal sphere as well as our startup, and we could not be more grateful. So thank you to them, and thank you for listening to our pitch.
So nice job, first of all. Obviously, you're honing in here on the legal profession, right? But clearly, a platform that could be scalable to other industries. What other industries were maybe as you were in your development phase, were you thinking about?
So I obviously did lawyers because of the connections that I have with them, just based off what I had in the past. But right now, there are two other startups that I know of that are doing something like this. They both went through YC. And they are doing one for dental clinics and one for medical clinics as a whole. And it seems like a lot of the times, especially for something like this, in which it needs to be trained specifically on AI, on data specifically meant for legal issues, it makes a lot of sense to niche down and then expand as we grow. So with lawyers, it was the natural, I guess, it was a problem that I saw with my own eyes, and it was very accessible to us.
Hello, wanted to ask about some of the potential problems that the clients that call in might have with the system. So I grew up with a system like this, automated phone calls, and it was honestly really bad. And I'm wondering if you've had some similar experiences or stories to share from the people that call in.
So honestly, it is, I mean, if you really want to give it a try, it is really, really good at fielding calls, at qualifying clients. And so far, the only thing that we fear may be a problem, because what we've done when doing focus group testing is they're not actually calling a law firm. We just have them talk to the AI. So they come in at least with a little bit more of the ability, like, hey, you're sitting down, you guys stay here. One thing we're fearing may happen is that people may be apprehensive to talk to an AI. This is something that is we just assume to be true. So this is why we made sure, or at least we're positing that if we have a pre-recorded message from the actual lawyer himself, where the first voice they hear is a human voice, they're more willing to stick through. And we found that lawyers really like this.
So looking at the AI that you're using in there and the potential for protected information being relayed during this, how are you protecting the security and confidentiality?
Yeah, so if we go back to the specific cost slide, that 38 cents an hour per month at the top, that is a recording of every single call that we are intaking, and we are using that for, I mean, feedback for anything, especially for the lawyers themselves. And, you know, we've also ran into sort of an issue with the legal side of things in that we've seen this Telecommunications Consumer Protection Act. There's been a recent amendment specifically relating to AI where you can't use an AI-generated voice to call somebody, and you have to preface that with some sort of, hey, this is an AI voice that you're listening to, which is why we officially have that preface there. And although we aren't calling them, they're calling us, so we don't fall under it. We see in the future that AI as a new technology will likely have a lot of restrictions on it. And so we're just getting at the head of that with safety concerns.
Yeah, just to really quickly expand on that. The cloud storage, this is secured by AWS, everything is encrypted, so all the data from the callers are protected, as well as it's kept in a 1-week backlog, so that in case something is lost, lawyers can call us and make sure, hey, what happened on June 21st, you have that transcript and we can send it to them.
Thank you.
All right, a big thanks to Team 2. One of my favorite things that we get to do at the STARTedUP Foundation is see what it's like when you introduce students to the ecosystems in their community and start to build meaningful relationships with the economic development forces around them. So right now what I'd love to do is ask Tyler Stock, the Executive Director of Talent for the Evansville Regional Economic Partnership, to join me here to say a few words.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning. I just want to take a second and have all the students just give yourself a round of applause. This is awesome. I was not an entrepreneur or an innovator growing up, so just applause real quick. My role at the Evansville Regional Economic Partnership is I'm the Executive Director of Talent, EVV. So I get to wake up and really try to build vibrant communities that I hope all of you as young professionals want to stay, live, and develop your business ideas in. So just really excited to be here this morning, hear the pitches, hear the great concepts that you all are coming up with, and just really appreciate your all's passion and dedication to these ideas. One thing I want to leave you with this morning is that relationships matter. I always say Evansville is big enough that it has access to all the things that you need in terms of an entrepreneur or an innovator, but it's connected enough that you can really make an impact in the communities that you live in. So build relationships, build your brand, and just be true to who you are and the things that you're passionate about. So just really excited to be here this morning, and good luck today.
Thank you so much. All right, now I'd love to introduce to the stage Team 3, Diamond Cuts from New Tech Institute.
you too. Here. Thank you.
Set this down here. Hello, my name is Jonna Reiger. I am the owner and CEO of Diamond Cuts. Where do I point it? All right. At Diamond Cuts, I design, create, and sell competitively priced ornaments, door hangers, shelf sitters, porch leaners, memorial pieces, and much more. The problem I aim to solve with my business is current competitors are expensive. They have basic and overused designs. They use poor quality materials known as multi-density fiberboard, which cannot be weathered, as well as having long design. I'm so sorry. I actually lost my voice this weekend, so I got a little throat thing going on. As well as having long design and processing times. And some orders can take up to 2 months before they're shipped out. So I aim to solve this problem by using an affordable material known as BA quality Baltic birch, which can be weathered, as well as I've created a design team to help me design and process orders and to ensure I have a unique variety of designs. And I'm also using my design team to help me process orders to ensure a fast delivery time as well. So my unique value is going to be my design team, which not only helps me create and process my orders, but it also helps me gain traction with marketing and my inventory traction, as well as advertise and get my name out there, as well as hosting monthly giveaways, not only for my customers, but my design team members. And each design team member will have a unique referral discount code. That way I can track their statistics and see how many customers each design team member brings in. As well as primarily using customer design files in order to make sure my customers get what they want, get what they're looking for. That way they can have a unique variety of designs. So what makes my business innovative is going to be my 3D laser engraver, which can print on multiple materials so I can have a large variety of products, as well as having very fast printing. That way I can spend more time painting, assembling, and shipping my products out. And it also has a very user-friendly software, so eventually when I sell my files that I make, there won't be a compatibility issue. My design team is innovative, so basically my design team will send me an idea, design, brainstorm, any type of theme. I'll create that, I'll send it out to them. They'll have a blank print. They'll paint it, assemble it, post it on their social medias with that discount code, and then that will draw in customers back to me. And all of my designs utilize pop-in-place designs, so they have very easy painting and assembly. I don't know if you can see this, but there's ridges here to where they pop in place, and it's very easy for painting and assembly. So that's what makes my business innovative. So I not only offer laser engraving SVG files, but I also offer DIY and pre-painted options for every single product where the customer can paint it themselves if they would like. I also utilize my design team, and no other laser engraving business has a design team. And then I also have local paint parties in and around my high school and my in Evansville, and I'm hoping eventually I'll have my own store to display my products and host paint parties there as well. So looking into my expenses, I had an initial investment of $8,200. $8,000 went to my equipment to buy the laser engraver. $200 went into my my Baltic birch sheets. So I ended up buying 54 sheets of wood. I only used 23, so I had 31. I ended up having 31 left, and I made $460 at a paint party at my high school for my, I call it my soft launch, just to get my name out there around my school. So I had a very large profit margin there. I had a pie chart. So looking into my total sales from October to March, I made $4,350.50. That is not including my expenses, but I have that on my pro forma. This is primarily from Christmas ornaments sold early, door hangers, such as these, and I have more that I left at my table, but that is my total sales. So looking into my traction, I've completed problem validation surveys. I've finalized over 425 sales. I've networked with local boutiques and businesses such as Mulberry Jeans and there's another one. It was like 4 months ago. And I've expanded my inventory to over 150 designs and files. So recently we had the event, the Total Eclipse event at the riverfront. I made magnets, keychains, ornaments, went down there. I sold 253 items, completely sold out in less than an hour. And I ended up making $1,413 that day and only had an expense of $23.75 because I made it out of scrap wood and I didn't have any extra material expense. So should I receive an investment in my business? I'm sorry. I'm so nervous. Oh my God.
So quick question here, and just for somebody who's not an expert in wood, because it does seem like one of the advantages that you're keying in on is the type of birch you're using as opposed to your competition that uses inferior products. So could you just kind of elaborate on that? Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Jonna. While we have the pro forma up, the question I had, I was a little confused on, you had $8,000. What was the machine cost?
What inspired you to start your own business?
All right, thank you very much. Now, if you'll all please join me in welcoming from Perry Central Junior Senior High School, Team 4, Hydroxy.
So, hello everyone, we're Hydroxy. This is Lene Elliott, Colton Mitchell, and I'm Matthew McKinn. And our mission is to utilize super hygroscopic polymer film, or SHPF for short, to help solve a growing and expensive problem in dry climate areas.
Okay, so as my colleague has said, in dry areas, there isn't much water, and this is especially prevalent in the western United States, which is where we're hoping to operate. In these areas, farmers and those in the agricultural sector need lots of water, but there's lots of water allocation limits in these areas, so it tends to lead to issues, especially whenever they need to use things like drip irrigation to supply water to their crops. So the only ways to get water out in these areas are usually things like either wells, which cost up to $100,000 to drill, or shipping cost for water, which they ship in big trucks, and that's also really expensive. So, and that's even besides transportation cost and, water testing for wells. So we at Hydroxy feel we have found a solution to this expensive problem.
Our solution for reducing this problem is the utilization of SHPF in an atmospheric water harvesting device. The technology used in this device allows for the collection of water from as low as 15% humidity levels, which we can collect water without the need for wet and or rainy conditions, what traditional systems rely on, and without the external power that mechanical systems use. This means we can collect water from the air in arid and dry climates without the need for that extra special condition power. In this, and we can use, without the external power, with the dry and arid climates, so we can bring water to the consumer at a significantly lower cost than it may take to build a well.
Yep. And here we have a picture of a prototype that we've been working on. As you can see, that gel that you guys all have on your table right there, that will be sat here in this apparatus, and then there will be a heater right below it. So as it heats, water will come off of the gel and go to a condenser where it will become regular water and then flow into a usable form and water collection place.
This unique design would give us a great advantage over current harvesters on the market. Our greatest advantage is that the collection mechanism SHPF technology uses is passive. It has no allocation limits and has the scalability for larger solutions, as SHPF can greatly scale in size with little to no drawbacks.
So traction. Currently, we're planning on utilizing Innovate WithIN to start prototyping our idea. So currently, we are researching materials to use, SHPF production processes, and optimization of condensation. So basically, we're looking into ways to take water from our gel, or our SHPF polymer as on your desk, to be able to collect it further and in more optimal ways than what is used currently. Right now, we're looking at lowering air pressure, possibly condensing. Dew point is currently an issue, but we're looking into furthering ways of fixing that. So right now, feedback-wise, we're looking into dry areas. Aaron Schaefer, who co-founded Automated Routing, currently is very interested in our idea, and we also plan to utilize our connection with Beck's Hybrids, which was graciously given to us by Innovate WithIN. And we also have John Wexler, who co-founded or founded the Launch Fisher's IoT lab. He donated our freeze dryer there. And we've been working on this for about 2 years. And we plan to use the money and innovation or our prototype to go into field testing.
So, as my colleague has stated, we plan to use the $1,000 we get from Innovate WithIN to continue and forward building our prototype so that we can get into all sorts of different field testing, such as water quality testing and making sure that water quality is just up to snuff. As you can see here, we know investability in our product is risky since this is a new market, but there are plenty of advantages that come with investing in it, such as 1 kilogram of the stuff costing about $2 to produce. Not to mention 1 kilogram of the stuff can produce 6 liters a day and 15% humidity, which if y'all don't know, that's the lowest it can go in the Western United States. That's the average lowest humidity. And if you take a look at the chart here, we cost $2,000 where our competitors, which are alternative atmospheric water harvesting sources, cost about $20,000, and then wells, as we stated earlier, are $100,000. So we know investing in our business is risky as it is a new product, but we feel here at Hydroxy that we can help expand this market and bring something truly needed to the people.
We also plan to utilize the $1,000 to further prototyping. So looking into ways of condensation and other variables. Thank you.
Now, do we have any questions?
Great job. Thank you. I have a dozen questions for you. I'm just going to ask one to start. I have experience in this field, so right now the most pressing question is, who owns this patent? Who owns this patented process, and how did you discover that?
So actually, it's come full circle. 2 years ago, I was at U of E in the lunch hall discussing with my mentor, Ray Niehaus, about issues with water. And we've thought about it. There's this new technology called they're using atmospheric water harvesters, like polymers from the University of Texas in Austin. So right now, there is no patent because they have these. They're just developing these. We'd be the first practical solution utilizing these SHPF at least. But one thing is there are no patents from what we've seen. We've been looking at this for 2 years. The only thing that comes close is the source hydro panel, but uses fans to bring in water instead of our solution that utilizes SHPF, because we plan to use solar panels and other sources that are off the grid so we can use them in areas and not have them directed to other power sources.
Any other questions?
How much does it cost to build the entire ecosystem? How much does it cost?
So right now it's $2 to produce a kilogram, but right now the fact that we're not buying in bulk, but we produce SHPF in-house. We can make this. We made that tray. It costs about, I think, $4 of material to make that, just because we're not buying in bulk right now. We're buying in small amounts because the stuff that is made out of is cellulose, konjac gum, and lithium chloride. So we have to buy those small amounts to test and produce.
And the entirety of the apparatus, we're still trying to figure a price up because it's still in working. So soon after this, we will come up with a working prototype price. Any other questions?
I have one more. I'll be quick. Where are all three of you planning on going to further your education?
I plan on finishing my associates at Ivy Tech and then moving on to Purdue or some other engineering-based college, but I do plan to continue this project as I do see it has a lot of value, but go ahead.
Well, I'm first taking 2 years off. I'm going on a mission trip for my church, but after that I plan to go to Indiana University, Indiana University, and I just plan to, this wasn't originally my plan of study, but I'd love to work on this as a side project and continue in biomedical education.
I'm going to go to Vincent's and get my associates in design engineering and then finish my next 2 years for my bachelor at Purdue.
Any other?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you guys very much. Now, if we could have joining the stage Team 5, Double Dat-It from Terre Haute North Vigo High School.
Do I just press the right one? Okay. Can you see it? Kind of. Get a microphone. You don't have one. Good morning, my name's Kaylee. And I'm Lexi. And we're the founders of Double Dat-It. Do you have somebody you deeply care about currently attending college or will be attending soon? Well, how would you like to know that across IU's campuses in 2022, there were 382 reports of stalking, rape, domestic violence, dating violence, and fondling? These numbers should be no more than 0. But IU is not alone. Colleges across the U.S. experience these problems. 43% of dating college women report experiencing violent and abusive dating behaviors, including physical, sexual, digital, verbal, or other controlling abuse. In 2 years, IU and Purdue had a combined total of 318 reports of dating violence, but in 2022, IU's count alone had risen to 382. Double Dat-It is an app that allows you to go out in pairs, ensuring safety and security. Our app will have the same swipe setup as Tinder, but for you and your friends. No more awkward small talk or emergency bathroom calls to your friend when your date makes you feel uncomfortable. Initially, the idea of Double Dat-It was something we thought of as a fun aspect for dating. When we started our research for what we thought was a semester-long project, we realized that this is a serious problem that's becoming more prevalent. From the results of a small survey we posted, 16 out of 20 felt uncomfortable on a first date. 18 out of 20 struggled to be themselves. 15 out of 20 are frightened to be alone with a stranger. 20 out of 20 are more comfortable around their friends. And 10 out of 20 think that casual dating just gets lifeless. Like other apps, we will make money through monthly memberships that all include a 7-day free trial. Our basic plan allows you to be matched in chat with someone, and through this, we will make money via ad revenue. The Plus version of Double Dat-It lets you remove ads, see who likes you, get date planning and price points, and gives a group conversation for only $5 a month. For $10 a month, you can have all of the previous features and set up profiles with more than one friend, message before matching, and get a background check on the person you like. 10% of all future profits will be donated to charitable institutions such as the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence organization. Who would pay for something like this? At THN VHS, we took a tally of 100 seniors and asked them, would you use a dating app to go on double dates with your friends? And 82 out of 100 said yes. Approximately 48% of college students across the U.S. are single. Home to the Sycamores and 3 other well-known colleges, Terre Haute is considered to be a college town. Out of that 48%, 20% actively use an online apps to find a significant other. At least 1,217 students in just Terre Haute are on a dating app. And 3 out of 4 people experience some type of violence on dating apps. This means that 912 college students have experienced some type of form of violence online dating. This is my hometown, but here's what it looks like for you. Out of the 7,256 students in Evansville, 3,464 are currently single, 692 are active on a dating app, and 518 have been resented online. Our target audience is people who are single and looking to have some fun, but the thousands of people who have been wronged are the people that we care about the most. No one should ever be afraid to put themselves out there. With your $1,000 investment, we will divide the cost into 3 parts: website holding, marketing, and the app itself. Instead of spending so much time and so much money on an app coder, we found a template from bubble.io that we are proposing as a baseline to build our project on. This is a one-time $200 purchase that we can customize to our liking. From our research, the other candidate for duo-safe dating is Foreplay. Foreplay is an app like Double Dat-It made in 2019. Their goal is also to get people to date in a safer, fun way. However, we conducted a SWOT analysis of our competitors, indicating that even though they have higher ratings and a great idea, their app has imperfections that we can overcome. Fortunately for us, Foreplay users have indicated several problems, such as only being located in New York City and Boston. Not to mention the name is off-putting. Reviews also state there are many problems regarding the app's verification system and random bugs. We have met with many people, including Jared L., an ISBDC Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Navigator, Brett Taylor, our teacher and entrepreneurship coach, John Lotz, a motivational speaker and career coach, Emily Murray, an executive director at CODA, Alicia Marks, a director of sexual assault, and Shelley Klingerman, author of Vigilance, a book about women's empowerment, and the president of Stiletto Agency. All have provided us with helpful feedback and information to better ourselves and knock the competition out of the park. The only way to date is to date with us. Stay safe and double date it. Thank you.
I have a question for you. So there's so many dating apps out there. So how is yours different?
Ours is different because it's set up for like two people. Like, so me and my friend can match with another person and their friend and go out and double dates. It's not just like one-on-one.
Okay. I'm still not getting it. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Would you explain that again?
It's just like I can set up a profile for me and for Lexi, and we can match with like another pair of friends, so we can all go out as a group together.
You said you're going to do a background check, right?
Yeah, it kind of just tells you like a lot more about the person than what you see on their profile.
So how accurate is that?
I mean, we haven't really tested it out, but I'm sure it'll just be like retrieving old social media posts and like old accounts and stuff, because I mean, that really tells a lot about a person.
Okay.
So what made you decide that this was the solution?
I kind of just think that it kind of just started off as a joke at the beginning of the year, because we'd go out with our friends in pairs, and so it kind of just spiraled from there when our teacher told us that it was a really good idea.
Could you go back over maybe just briefly the revenue model? Yeah, I think just kind of briefly again, how the revenue streams, I think it's going to be, you get a free model, right? And then then the intent there is if you get the basic plan, then you're kind of inundated with ads, right? Kind of like we're used to. So any thoughts on what the potential revenue for that might be for ads, or have you done any research of what the appetite might be for advertising on a platform like this?
We haven't.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Is this going to be on our website only, or
No, it's going to be an app. Like we're going to have like a website for like questions and answers and for any input about any like potential errors in the app, but overall it's just going to be an app.
Okay. As in, have you thought about also the if somebody creates a fake account and
Well, our competitors, they had a lot of verification system issues because their verification system was so strong, but we want ours to be like that too. We don't want it to have as many bugs, but we want to have a strong verification system, as in using like maybe even like forms of ID, so you can't just lie about who you are.
how secure is that information?
I mean, we don't really have a set app yet, but we're going to try to make it as secure as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, can we get another big round of applause for all the students that have been participating so far?
We are getting ready to take a brief 10-minute intermission. But before we do that, I'd like to again thank the different educators that are in this room that have been the ones that are inspiring and empowering these students to really chase the entrepreneurial and innovative spirit. One of the big things that we do at StartedUP, like Don shared earlier, is host the StartedUP Innovation Educator Fellowship. So again, this equips all of our teachers with not only a curriculum to empower innovation inside the classroom, but also peer educators and connections to that ecosystem of support I was talking about. This fellowship we are currently accepting applications for I think until the beginning of June. So if you're a teacher that's excited about implementing innovation in your classroom, or if you know a teacher in your school that you're like, man, that person, they are a driving force, they belong in this thing, we'd love to meet him. So feel free to visit StartedUpFoundation.org to learn more about the StartedUP Educator Fellowship and how you can get your special teachers involved. Until then, we're going to take a 10-minute intermission. Off for the second half of our regional pitch competition. Real quick, something that's super important to note is that students at all phases of the Innovate WithIN pitch competitions are eligible for different types of either incentives or scholarships from our different university and post-secondary partners. So I'd just like to share today that some of these are available from Purdue University Northwest, the IU Luddy School of Informatics, Computing, and Engineering at both the Indianapolis and Bloomington campuses, here at the wonderful University of Evansville, the Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio Regional Council of Carpenters, Indiana Tech, DePaul University, Purdue Fort Wayne, Franklin College, and Grace College. So we've got a lot of awesome stuff that, again, students at all phases of the Innovate WithIN pitch competition can be eligible for. You can learn more about this by going to StartedUpFoundation.org/scholarships to see what the different incentives are. Before we go ahead and get this kicked off, I do want to share again about the Innovate WithIN Alumni Association. So if you have participated today in the pitch competition, you are eligible to join the Innovate WithIN Alumni Association. This gets different sort of incentives like, again, future eligibility for travel, different connections to our mentors, to folks in our network, to some of the A-list entrepreneurs that we've had the opportunity to get in front of students. We're always trying to figure out how we bring more resources to you and how you guys can learn from the different peers that love innovation and entrepreneurship as much as you do. So again, be on the lookout because there's going to be stuff available for how you get involved with that and what the commitment is to join the Innovate WithIN Alumni Association. As part of that, we are coming up this summer going to have an alumni showcase at the Indiana State Fair. So some of our alumni from years past who are still working on their businesses or taking entrepreneurship seriously have the opportunity to share what their business is about in front of a huge crowd at the State Fair. And what is more fun than this today? It is mixing this with deep fried Oreos. So that, I think, is something definitely to look forward to. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and get kicked off. And so if you all could help me welcome Custos from New Tech Institute to the stage, they will be starting the second half of the show.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Riley Shelb.
Hello, my name is Kaylin League.
And we are the owners of Custos.
For just a moment, I'd like you to imagine that you are an epileptic college student who loves to go on hikes with your service dog. You're on one of your daily hikes out near a trail in the woods when all of a sudden, due to the stress you're having at college, you have an epileptic seizure. Well, your dog is trained to go find someone to help you, but if you're in the middle of the woods, how are you going to find someone? And even if you do find someone, where is the guarantee that that person knows what to do in your situation? This is the problem that we aim to solve.
So there was a problem among service dog users that Custos surveyed. We found that some service dogs were actually not able to find the help that their owners needed. This could be for reasons such as nobody being around in the time of need to help, or it could be for a reason such as the people around you in the time of the emergency don't know how to handle the situation. Another problem that we saw was all other medical alert devices required the person in the emergency to call for help. How can we expect someone to call for help if they're passed out or seizing? So this is what Custos wants to solve.
For just a moment, now you are the epileptic college student, but instead of just relying on your service dog to find someone, you are now using the Custos Bark badge. Now, your dog will be able to pull our clip, and it'll make an alarm sound loud enough like this.
Having an emergency. Help has been called.
Now, in this situation, you have a loud alarm that will be able to not only tell people who are nearby what's happening, but also send a notification to friends and family through your phone. All of this will be preset on your phone due to the Bluetooth connection through our Custos app. Speaking of our Custos app,
the Custos app is how each user is going to be able to control their bark badge. Through the app, users will be able to connect and disconnect their device from their Bluetooth. They'll also be able to allow and disallow GPS location. You can customize your alarm sound that the bark badge makes when it's pulled, as well as customizing who your bark badge calls whenever it is pulled. The last thing you can do in the Custos app is lock your bark badge, so that way if you know you're going to be home, you don't want to accidentally set it off. The example on screen, we have a pretty simple app idea because we want it to be easy to navigate for everyone.
the reason we want this to be easy to navigate is, well, we want it to be useful for everyone. Anyone of any age can use a service dog, and we want it to be helpful for anyone who might need it. According to Atlas Assistance Dogs statistics of 2021, there's 500,000 service dog users already in the United States. For those who are not already a service dog user, Custos plans to incorporate into canine training facilities across the United States. That way, that when the dog is taken to their forever home, it is already trained to know how to use the device. If you already have a service dog and would like the dog to be able to use this device, they can be trained easily within three-ish weeks to learn how to use it.
Custos' competitive advantage comes from the original invention to help save lives. We actually haven't seen anyone else do quite what we're doing. The Bark Badge is the first and only portable alert device that is carried by service animals for their owners. What differentiates us from some competitors that people compare us to would be that we don't charge monthly fees. Since the Bark Badge can connect to your phone through Bluetooth, you won't need to pay for it like a phone service.
Speaking of price, after speaking to an engineer, we've roughly estimated there'll be $6.50 to make each Bark Badge. And as we plan to sell each for $24.99, we'll be making roughly $18.49 per Bark Badge. Currently, we are hoping to have more accurate numbers as soon as production actually gets started up, as well as overhead costs to factor into our margins.
Since conducting our surveys, we've agreed to work with USI on a prototype and a CAD drawing. We found out that this will be about $2,000 for our prototype. So far, we have a 2D rendition of what our Bark Badge will look like on a previous slide. And as far as traction goes, we've applied for grants with the EVSC Foundation and Optimist Club. We have a small following started on social media, and our website is public and visible. We would like for Bark Badges to go on sale by the beginning of 2025.
We appreciate you taking the time to judge us today. Our business information is on the screen if you'd like to contact us directly, as well as our published business website. Thank you. Any questions?
It just a couple of questions. One is, can you just share a little bit about your motivation for this product and what was what's the story behind the story, so to speak?
Right. So this is a two-step story that's kind of long. I came up with this idea because my dad is 100% total and permanently disabled, and he's been on a service dog waiting list for a few years. And this is something I always worried about with him because he struggles walking. I was worried that he'd go out in public and fall and no one would be able to help him. That was where it originally came from. After a while, I moved schools from my partner, and now I've come back to help because not too long ago, I started having heart problems where my heart just doesn't like to do its thing. And when I was in the ER and things, I thought that this would help me a lot in the future.
Great, thank you. One other question, this just really has to be about some commentary around your price point and your pricing model. Just some thoughts behind the, why $24.99 and why not $49.99 or $199? Just can you give me just a little explanation there about your model?
Right. Well, whenever we found out that it wouldn't be very costly to mass produce these after we have a model made, we wanted it to just be like an affordable tool for everyone. So that's where the $24.99 kind of came from, just us wanting it to be not as much as other devices that are kind of similar.
Have you considered uses for individuals that don't necessarily have a service dog but do solo hiking or doing things with that they may bring their animal with them?
Yeah, that was actually a thought that I had. I figured that some people may even be buying this without owning any kind of dog. The clip on the back, it would be able to clip onto somebody's belt if they wanted to. So yeah, our target market could open up to people who don't even have animals and just want a better way to call for help.
On that same note, I'm wondering if you've explored any potential partnerships with other existing companies that you say are fairly similar. You have something that does not require human interaction, so I understand that part. But have you considered potentially partnering with another established company that does something fairly similar where you could be an add-on service?
Well, originally we were thinking of actually contacting Life Alert, but as of right now, we are not exploring that option.
Just hasn't been something that we've thought too much about, but just depending on what comes forward.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you guys so much.
All right, thank you guys very much. Now I would love to welcome Team 7 Bliss Recovery from Terre Haute North Vigo High School. And judges, we're going to give you guys a little bit more time between these to keep filling out those index cards.
Hello, my name is Cassidy Sullivan,
My name's Peyton Rowe.
and this is our project Bliss Recovery.
Our first problem is the large amount of patient readmissions in hospitals. This is caused by a lack of communication and an inadequate transition to care. Our second problem is patient and family understanding. Many people have a hard time learning these long, hard medical terms. They're given large packets when they're discharged that often just tend to get lost or thrown away. And then a lack of accountability due to just miscommunication altogether.
So our solution to these problems would be our app, Bliss Recovery. The first thing it would include is an AI translator. So similarly to any search engine that you currently use, you would be able to type in any question that you had, but it would pull data that you've already entered into the AI to give you relevant responses. Secondly, there would be instructions. So you could upload that thick packet that Peyton mentioned. You could take photos of it and it would automatically upload onto the app. In addition to that, there would be video instructions on how to use some of those at-home testable materials so that you can learn how to use them so that you can upload your numbers. Then there would be a calendar tracker. So as you inputted those self-testable numbers, it would give you a smiley face or a frowny face. So it was super easy to know whether it was a good day or a bad day so that patients don't have to memorize specific numbers that they need to be hitting. So for example, you would ask your AI, why am I dizzy? And instead of on Google, where it could tell you 100 different reasons why you are dying, it would say, since you have type 2 diabetes, you should probably check your sugar. You should probably drink or eat something sweet, things that are relevant to what is wrong with you as what you've entered in the app. So at this time, if you guys haven't already, if you would scan the QR code that is on those business cards we passed out, and then once you do that, it'll bring up a web page. In the bottom middle, if you have an iPhone, there is a share button. If you'll go ahead and click that and then scroll down to add app to home screen, it'll bring up something that says Bliss Recovery and then add in the top right. This app that you're looking at right now is just our JotForm beta test app, so you can kind of scroll through some of that to get a feel for what it would look like. We want to make it super user-friendly, so honestly, any feedback that you guys have would be great. You guys can go ahead and scroll through that while Peyton goes over our mission and vision.
Our mission is to establish an easier and more effective way for patients, healthcare workers, and families to communicate discharge care while lowering those rates of readmission. We want to see more patients recover in an intentional, effective, and efficient manner so they can spend more time with their families and less time at healthcare systems.
So looking at cost and revenue, from Rose Holman Ventures and Terre Haute, we got a rough estimate of about $30,000 to get this off the ground. So the one that you were looking at right now was not $30,000. It is free through JotForm. We're beta testing it, and we have options to beta test it through Union Hospital as well. Then once we're a small startup, we would have a rough estimate of about $7,000 a month for server maintenance fees. So the building, the computers, cloud space, and then encryption and all of that to make sure everything's safe. Looking at revenue options, we would have direct sales to hospitals, insurance companies, and they would have a branded app. So for us starting out, it would be Union Hospital's version of Bliss Recovery or Anthem Insurance or anything like that that you can think of. Then if it was a separate app on the App Store, we would have to use in-app advertisements to profit. And there are a lot of opportunities for scalability in the future with these revenue options.
Bliss Recovery is easily accessible, able to be shared securely, and is specialized based on patient needs to optimize understanding, which basically means we just want something super easy so they can get better as soon as possible.
As for innovation, Bliss Recovery simply just wants to help patients feel better, faster, with greater accountability. But overall, we try to implement the most used features on general health apps while also diversifying those features to meet patient needs and innovating new ways to increase accuracy, efficiency, and patient care.
For our traction, we've been working with Jim McKenna, who's a top respiratory therapist at Union Hospital, and he's been willing to give us instructional videos, lots of feedback, and at-home tests to help us with our current app development. If we win the $1,000, we're going to put it all towards app development, a ChatGPT-4 subscription, and printed marketing materials to further our app.
As for our why, I feel like we all have patients in our lives that need a little bit of extra help, more accountability, and overall just need that extra boost to feel better in a way that they can understand, so Bliss Recovery can change the game for those patients.
Thank you all so much. Are there any questions?
Have you looked at the cost associated with potentially integrating with the electronic health records from the hospital systems or other healthcare systems?
So one of the biggest things with that is we would have to cut through a lot of red tape. So one of the perks of our app was that you could open to share it to your family. So if I was sick, I could share it with my mom. And so doing that would add a lot more stress on the doctors and the nurses, but also would kind of limit the sharing options.
And I think just to maybe dovetail on that question, because I think there's maybe some question there about the interface between an EMR and that app. versus what I think what you're proposing is manual input. So if I were to subscribe to it, I would kind of I would go in and fill out what my personal conditions or issues are, and then that's the data that it would use to drive the AI and all that. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, so just kind of to elaborate on that, whenever we were kind of doing some market research, I have family that works in medical, and then we also had a super great connection through Union Hospital that helped us a lot. A lot of the feedback that we were getting was the nurses, the doctors, they do not have time to be inputting this. It would just be one extra thing for them. So that's kind of why we leaned more towards self-input.
Thank you for the presentation. I did see that you included the ChatGPT, let me say AI, into your. So we know that AI is not 100% accurate. So how are you going to deal with that, especially now it comes to health information and advice?
So we learned recently that there are guardrails that you can put up on AI. So that would be our first step, would be learning how to do that, and then making sure that it only takes data that essentially the hospital would be willing to say, like, this is valid, this is good. They would give us resources that we would be able to put up guardrails on. You can only pull information from these documents. So we would have to upload all of that, but then the AI would be doing the actual job of like pulling the answers, if that makes sense.
So in other words, you'd be having a kind of a knowledge base from the doctors, like a database with correct information that what AI gives you can check with that and then provide that to the user, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
All right, big thanks to them. Now, I would love to introduce another one of our ecosystem partners is the Indiana Technology and Innovation Association. Representing them today to share a few words here is Mike Halbig, the founder and CEO of InGen.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, presenters, I think the thing that I was really impressed about was that there's so many ideas that you guys have that have to do with well-being and with people, and that part is really cool. So I am here to speak in behalf of the Indiana Technology Innovation Association this morning. But other than that, I'd like to just tell you a little brief story about me. And when I was in your shoes, and literally this year, I had thought about it this morning, but it was 50 years ago when I was a junior in high school. I grew up 5 blocks away from the University of Evansville, or here in Evansville. However, InGen today, we have team members in Evansville, Indianapolis, Atlanta, Georgia. We have them in Michigan. No big surprise, the world is a very remote kind of world. And as software developers, our world is like that as well. But I grew up in a blue-collar family, so I took a test on a Saturday morning as a junior in high school for the Junior Engineering Technical Society, and I had no idea. No one in my family had ever gone to college before, but I just got up on my own, like you have all done this morning, and I just started swinging. I just started pitching, and I found out, wow, I could actually go to engineering school. And for me, that was just like unbelievable. The goal was so high. So I ended up starting my career in Rose-Hulman in Terre Haute, and then came to University of Evansville, worked through the co-op program, and finished my degree in mechanical engineering, and then studied electrical engineering. I tell you that story because as young people, I'm sure all you guys are totally comfortable all dressed up, aren't you? No way, no way. So thank you for standing up and doing that. And all I can do is keep encouraging you. We have a lot of things to celebrate. And you guys, I think of a 4-letter word for you. H-O-P-E, hope. You give a lot of the older folks in this room hope for the future and what our future is going to look like with your thinking and your ideas. What you're probably already finding out is with your classmates, people don't think like you. And it's like, well, that doesn't make me different, but in so many ways you are different because you're thinking, you're looking at problems, you're looking at how to impact the world in your future. The Indiana Technology Innovation Association, I get the privilege of serving as a board member, is a nonprofit group across the state of Indiana from north to south. So I kind of represent the Southwest, if you will. But we spend time with legislators. So if you were to think that if you were elected into the House or the Senate in the State House, and if you haven't done those kind of things at a young age, I would encourage you to, because they're people just like you and me that are suddenly, they're supposed to understand everything about social issues, about business issues, about technology. There's no way, and they're the ones that are passing the laws. So our mission is to educate our legislators, to teach them about things that are important, and in our case, with technology and innovation, making it easier for data centers to come here. One of the things that was passed this past year through the legislature is in 2029, it will be a mandatory requirement in all Indiana high schools that one computer science class, it will be required for all students to take at least one computer science class. And really, it's not about computer science. It's really about critical thinking, problem solving. That's what you guys are presenting up here today. So the other thing is that ITIA has been responsible for legislation for robotics in the robotics programs throughout the state. So the interesting thing, and I'm kind of speaking to the business leaders in the room, we're always looking for more people, more companies to join ITIA. Not only businesses, but there's educational institutions. If you look at indianatechnology.org, that's where you'll see the list of a lot of the companies that are a part of what we're doing. One of the things that is really on my mind a lot, because I'm a continued future thinker, is that other four-letter called AI. So many things that are going to happen in law in the future, you guys are going to help craft what that looks like. And we have to ask all of the ethical and the moral questions about how the technology impacts our community, our society, the world, and how are we going to craft laws? How are we going to do that? How do we codify that in a way that AI ends up being a promising part of our future? Just briefly, in ITIA, there's 4 major committees. There's a talent committee, there's a capital committee, there's a place committee, and there's an equity committee. So ITIA members all have the benefit of participating and having a voice in all of those committees. So together, what we keep doing is framing the future of litigation. One thing from a business perspective, our company at InGen, we buy a lot of cloud-based software every single month, and a number of years ago, we passed legislation that made that non-taxable, which to businesses being taxed on software was a really, really big thing. So I'm excited about what's happening across our state. We have a few people here in the crowd. This is our 3rd year downtown of Next Tech Catapult. I know there's some catapults out here. Who are all the catapults here? There we are. So we're working on that, and I understand this is the 7th or 8th year for this event. And Pat Heck and I are business leaders that have been here a long, long time, and we just now know about it. So we're going to tell more people about it. The Orr Fellowship is coming to Southwest Indiana. And then as we get a little older, the Mitch Daniels Leadership Foundation. These are all programs across our state to continue to feed you guys as you continue to grow and develop. So thank you for listening me. And my best advice to everyone is just keep swinging, because if you're not failing, if you're not taking it on the chin, you're not doing something right. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mike. All right, so for our 8th team of the day, I'd like to welcome Docu AI from Terre Haute North Vigo High School.
Hello, my name is Kyle McLeod.
I'm Nate Millington.
And we're the founders of Docu AI. So hospitals and doctors' offices have up to 84 encounters per week. And per patient, it takes 15 to 20 minutes to document everything that happens in that visit.
Doctors are spending 82% of their work week on documenting. So on average, a doctor working 40 hours a week is spending 32 hours documenting, which is well beyond the amount of time that should be spent on documenting.
The burnout rates of doctors is 42%, 63% of physicians, and 65% of nurses under the age of 25. That is very concerning as we look towards the future of the healthcare system. So what we want to do is we want to use Docu AI to kind of cut down these burnout rates to make the jobs of doctors easier.
So Docu AI is pretty much documenting made easy using artificial intelligence. It's going to be all filed onto an online filing system.
How does it work? So we've been experimenting with an AI called Whisper, and we're going to integrate it into an app that will be installed onto a doctor's laptop or tablet or phone, could even be, and they will just bring it in the room with them and the patient, and while they're doing the patient visit, it'll be in there kind of like a recording, almost like speech to text like you have on your phone. And so the AI is going to listen to everything that happens in the patient visit, and it's going to put it all into a standardized hospital document.
Some benefits of Docu AI, it's going to cut down work time spent on documenting, which will open up like a lot of availability for doctors, for like maybe patients that need more help. It's going to cut down patient wait time if it's a much faster process, and maybe if it's already saved online if they've been there before, which going on with that, it's going to open up a lot of space in the hospital if you don't have to worry about documenting.
Confidentiality. So we understand the concerns around confidentiality in the healthcare world. So we've done a lot of research about around this. So we've implemented keywords into our AI, and we're training the AI to pick up on things that might be confidential and completely block it off of the documentation. It won't record it at all. So patient safety, number one thing, so the patients will be safe.
Training for the app is going to be infused in the app. So it's going to be very easily understood. We're going to try to make it very basic, and it's going to be accessible from any device.
So Docu AI, we're going to charge hospitals an initial investment of $30,000, and then per monthly, we're going to charge $3,700. The AI we're using costs, I'm pretty sure it's 0.006 cents per minute to run, which by monthly will cost us around $256. So our cost to run this application is very cheap, and we recently presented to a board of people at Union Hospital, and they told me that we are undercharging for Docu AI.
So the AI is going to pick up on words such as history of present illness, physical exam, patient weight, vital signs, chronic problem list, and a lot more. But it's pretty much going to like pick these words up in conversation with the doctor and the patient, and it's going to implement it into like subcategories on documents.
So our board of advisors, Jared L., he's the West Central Indiana works at the West Central Indiana Small Business Development Center. Kerry Al, he's big on AI, I've been consulting him a lot. He's the founder and CEO at Interwind. Brett Taylor, our business teacher and Innovate WithIN program sponsor, and Izzy Branham, who's also big on AI. We've been consulting him a lot. So if you guys would scan this QR code, it's an experimental app that we have. This is kind of what we want it to look like. So if you just scan this and you can click the share button and head to home screen. this is what we want our app to look like. It's just going to be real simple for doctors and nurses to use. So they'll have the application installed on like a laptop, a phone, a tablet, and they'll have it in the room with them and the patient. And pretty much all they do is click begin documenting, and it'll document everything that happens. So the doctors can see the patient and document at the same time without any extra work. Thank you.
So if physicians, hospital systems are using this, what type of connection, API, connectivity is there to the already cumbersome electronic medical record?
So we have been working with some respiratory therapists, and we're gonna design our own documents that will have everything that the hospitals need. And so the AI is being trained by, and we're gonna consult very many medical professionals, because I'm 16, sorry. But so the AI is gonna be trained and developed over time to understand everything that happens in the medical world. So it'll basically teach itself.
Thank you for the presentation. That was really good. Yes, this is about the AI. So what's your input into the AI? Is it text? Is it images? Is it conversation?
So the AI is coded to learn everything that goes on in the medical world. So basically, it'll be like a recording. So it'll just record everything that happens in there, and the AI will take everything that happens from the recording and put it into the document.
So it'll be listening all through the...
Right, yeah.
Okay. So will it differentiate the voice of like the physician and the patient?
Yeah.
So it is voice trained, okay.
Yep.
All right. And then the output will be a report of, that conversation, and it'll be fitting in those kind of like, if it is, the list you have up there.
So what it will do, the AI will pick up on, like we said, the keywords, and it'll put all the information said in that keyword into a subcategory. So if they mention patient, weight, or physical, it'll take everything like that they talk about, the physical, like the height, weight, skin color, eye color, whatever, and it'll put it all into that subcategory.
All right, so the physician has to know, as in kind of prompt the AI by using those keywords so that it can pick.
And that's all going to be infused within the training that we have with our application.
Will this be running on a device or be on the cloud?
It'll be both, pretty much. So it'll be on the device, and then it'll upload everything to the cloud, and it'll all be saved on an online filing system. Thank you, guys.
All right, well, as the judges finish their feedback cards, I'd like to introduce to the stage Team 9 from New Tech Institute, Victus Energy.
All right, hi, I'm Jacob Barnell. I'm the CEO of our company.
I'm Eli Duff, the COO of our company.
And we're presenting our business, Victus Energy. What is Victus? Well, Victus is an alternative energy-based company with the goal of innovation and change in mind. We see the benefits of the renewable energy generation movement, and we want to bring that to the country. So what do we offer? We offer, wait, that's the wrong presentation. Yeah, we submitted one last night. Because it said we got an email that said we got an extension.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
Is there anything we can do about that? Or?
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
All right, so how about, whoops. So how about this? And Kevin, I'm pointing at you. While we finish out the Victus Energy folks, would it make sense to have Team 10 go now? All right, well, hey, while we get them figured out, here's what I'd like to do instead. From Signature School, I'd like to welcome Boomerang Learning. I'll take a look.
Hey, good to see you again. Thank you. We have our website on there. Sure.
There you go.
We have 3 mics. Oh, no, let me get one. You guys do.
You can share it around, or you can use the lectern mic as well. Yeah, cool. All right, judges. So again, this is going to be Team 10, Boomerang Learning from Signature School.
Didn't realize the room was this big.
All right, you guys are ready to go.
Hello. Hi, we're Boomerang Learning. I'm Chris. I'm Abdul Ali. I'd like you to meet Marcus. Marcus is a curious, funny, Lego-loving third grader that I tutor at the Center Point YMCA, a facility in the Promise Zone. Like many of us, Marcus had a lot of fun during virtual learning, but he also had trouble adjusting to the new online classroom. When he was in the third grade, he couldn't understand his new concepts. His parents, teachers, and peers were worried he might not be able to catch up, which is why he came to our help in the first place. Progress was slow initially because we couldn't understand Marcus's abilities and his weaknesses. But his teachers and parents couldn't provide us with this data, which is why we've created Boomerang Learning, so that our help is not personal. Sorry.
Marcus isn't alone. According to the most recent iLearn, only 30.6% of the state students are duly proficient in ELA and math. This represents 60,000 kids, just like Marcus, that have fallen behind since the pandemic. Schools have begun to recognize this and establish after-school programs, but the data shows they're on the same pace as last year. This leads us to our solution, Boomerang Learning.
So to really explain Boomerang, I want to go back to Marcus for a second. So the other day, Marcus goes to school and they're learning long division, but he's just having trouble understanding it. So he wanted to come to our help after school, but we were busy. Luckily, he had the Boomerang AI, Mr. Boomer, ready to help him. And so Mr. Boomer and Marcus start working through these problems. They're low difficulty, there's a high level of assistance. And as they're working through it, Marcus starts gaining ability. The difficulty scales up, the assistance scales back, but that's okay. By the end of his session, Marcus is just flying through these problems. He's flying through the hardest difficulty, no assistance at all. That's what we want to see. We want to see students like Marcus making good progress, and we want to track that progress and report it back to parents and teachers so they know that when their student returns to class the next day, they're confident in the last subject, ready to move on to the next. What Boomerang in essence does is it takes Indiana State curricula, like long division, it feeds it through AI to generate an expansive question set and in-depth and personalized explanations, and presents this to students in an engaging, gamified way so they can learn for long periods of time without feeling tired or overwhelmed. Now I know what you're thinking. Oh wow, another ed tech startup, so innovative. But really, I mean, Boomerang's pretty unique. What makes us unique is that it's a database of student weaknesses. It tells educators exactly where problems are in a student's learning so that they can waste no time in addressing them.
In short, Boomerang allows the students' information to go full circle, from parents at home to teachers at school to even tutors at their after-school program. Each one will know exactly where the student is at and what they need help on. To meet the needs of each of these educators, we've developed our initial pricing model, in which we aim to charge after-school programs $10 per student annually, while this rises to $15 for the school premium model and $30 for homeschools. Using these numbers, these are just our projected revenue models for 2025 and 2027. As our product gets better and better, we'll be able to appeal to more schools in the EVSC and Southwest YMCA. Our costs up to this point have been minimal and mainly divided into two parts: our prototype and our brand expansion. For our prototype, we've been using Bubble.io, which Chris will talk about later, and our brand expansion, we've used a suite of email technologies in order to reach out to more places to run pilot programs. We've also contacted firms like Lieberman Technologies and EIG with help with our prototype, which we've applied for a few grants to fund, and these costs are not final yet, but they will be soon.
Several months ago, we were on this very stage and pitched Boomerang Learning at the UE Changemaker Challenge, where we successfully stole over $250,000 in scholarships, of course. This gave us the confidence to establish ourselves as a company, establishing our LLC and our banking infrastructure, and talking with the ISBD several times to get a better understanding of our business. And we strive to understand our customers, teachers. We contacted over 200 teachers all across Indiana to better understand their needs in the classroom and how technology can benefit them. At the state level, we contacted Diana Smith at the Department of Education to understand existing AI solutions and how we can be better than all of them. Now, using this feedback, we've crafted our vision so that we could plan to contract them out to existing tech solutions companies like that. However, for the short term, we plan on using Bubble.io, a no-code platform that we've been developing our prototype on for the past few months. It has over 500 AI-generated questions from grades 2 to 6 with adaptive question assigning, and be able to report this data back to parents and teachers. It's currently up right now at boomeranglearning.com, where we plan to initiate our pilot programs.
So our whole marketing strategy is to appeal directly to teachers with pilot programs. So the idea is we bring Boomerang to a classroom for free. We allow students to use it. We allow teachers to see firsthand how useful Boomerang is. The idea is the data there will tell the schools, and the schools will tell the districts. And so to facilitate this bottom-up marketing, we don't want to start charging until we're fully established in at least 12 schools in a region.
Our first pilot program will be running at the Centerpoint YMCA over the summer. This reaches over 150 youth per year, with our hopes to reach the entire Southwest Indiana YMCA network, reaching over 1,500 per year. With successful data from these, we hopefully want to implement pilot programs all across EVSC in special needs programs and after-school programs.
So looking at our development timeline, we have a lot going on right now. Feel free to ask us about this later, but basically, we're waiting on grant application to start external development. We already have internal development going with professional developers and then no code, and then we're using that to start our pilot program at the Centerpoint YMCA, and then we're trying to get 2 to 3 more customers in EVSC by fall 2025. Now, investability, $1,000 is gonna be split into 2 parts, $600 for pilot programs that allows us to run 12 simultaneously, so we can run 12 programs, use that data to convert paying customers and get more, and then $400 goes to long-term development costs, so our development team, which is made up of 3 people and is growing right now.
Hey, question on the revenue model again. If you could bring that slide back up, because I know you went through it pretty quick. The one thing that stood out to me was the nonprofits on the right-hand side, $10 per student per year, I believe. Have you talked to after-school programs and others, including school administrators? I'm more focused on those two. Is that reasonable to them? So someone like Centerpoint YMCA, they may be able to fund $1,500 for 150 students over a summer, but other centers, have you talked to them in regards to these costs, $10 per student specifically?
So just based off what we've looked at, we're currently cheaper than any alternatives used in the region by like YMCA and every other after-school program we've talked to. So what they currently use for these summer programs are a one-time diagnostic test to see exactly where their student are. So not only is our product cheaper, but it's also adaptive. So as a student learns, the diagnostic will be updated, and thus we think it's a more viable alternative.
And just to add on the school side of things, currently schools in Indiana, especially Southwest Indiana, use products by Edmentum. And so we found that they charge annually about $150 a student across various softwares, the median price being $25 a software. And so the pricing model we got is to be competitive towards them while still addressing our costs properly.
Thank you for the nice presentation. Quick one about the system at whole. As in, what will be the brain logic where you get your questions from? The answers accurate. We know AI is not good with math yet. I'm saying yet, but so how is it? How are you guys going along passing this information? As in, is it cleaned out? Do you have a database of questions? And I'm curious about that.
Really glad you asked, yeah. So we've actually gone Indiana standard by standard in a painstaking process, and we've basically made example questions. And so what we plan on doing when we have more money is basically using that as a knowledge base to feed into AI so that it can base any questions it asks the students off those standards. And so when you assign a student like a topic, it's actually grouped by standard. Could you go to the slide with standards? It's grouped by standard. And so that's what you would see it as. So each of those questions has all of these different variations that we've created by hand that AI is basing off of.
Just real quick, and this is not necessarily about the business model, but you brought up the Centerpoint Y, you brought up Marcus. Have you all served as tutors in the after-school program there at Centerpoint? Is that, raise your hand if you have. Okay, just, all right, cool. All right, thank you.
All right, judges, thank you again for our shift in the participants. I would like to welcome back to the stage, new and improved, Team 9, Victus Energy from the New Tech Institute.
All right, well, sorry about that incident, little mishap. Anyways, I'm Jacob Barnwell, I'm the CEO of our company.
And I'm Eli Duff, the COO of our company.
And we're presenting our business, which is Victus Energy. What is Victus? Well, Victus is an alternative energy-based company with the goal of innovation and change in mind. We see the benefits of the renewable power generation movement, and we intend to bring that to the country. So what do we offer? We offer solar lighting, security cameras, community engagement, and public projects.
The first initial problems that our business wants to solve is Evansville's rate of pollution, the fact that Evansville pays $2.4 million yearly on streetlights, a majority of which don't work, and Evansville's high crime rate, which compromises the quality of life for our citizens.
Evansville's crime rate, as of the year 2020, was 648 violent crimes per 100,000 citizens. That's 1.7 times the national average, which was 381 violent crimes per 100,000 residents. That means on average, there were 267 more victims of violent crimes in Evansville. We were higher than 95.4% of other US cities. 79% of the United States energy comes from fossil fuels, which are quickly depleting with only about 47 years left in oil and 150 years left in coal. However, by the year 2050, 44% of our energy will be from renewable resources, which we want to contribute to. So how will we do that? Well, we'll be using our project SolarLens, which consists of solar panels to endorse clean energy usage, monitored CCTV dome cameras to lower the crime rate, and LED chip lights all in one unit. These will be retrofitted and applied to 3,500 streetlights across Evansville's Promise neighborhood. As you can see from our prototype images, the very top is the solar panel, that's the chip lights, and those are the cameras. These images were designed in conjunction with USI's Applied Engineering Department.
These are pictures taken from the Evansville Police Department Crime Analysis Map. On these pictures, we've highlighted Evansville sectors S3, S2, S1, and W3, all of which are within Evansville's Promise neighborhood, a lower income area. Now, as you can see, based on our pictures, all of our highlighted areas all have a significantly higher quantity of crime than their surrounding sectors, with each point on the map representing a different miscellaneous crime that occurred within the last 30 days. Installation of our product is estimated to begin in the first quarter of 2025.
So how much will this cost the city? Well, we'll be selling each unit for $450. We'll be partnering with Centerpoint to install 100 units every month in a timely manner, and this will cost Evansville about a total of $540,000 yearly. So we're estimating, to the time of completion, $1.4 million for the whole project. So how will this impact the city? Well, assuming each light saves $61, we could be saving the country or the city up to $213,500 yearly. This means the project will be paid back in full and still be giving in 7 years. Energy-wise, we're looking to save up to 60% on streetlight energy costs. That's assuming the average LED bulb is 10 watts and the average bulb is 60 watts. There we go. So how have similar ideas impacted the nation? In Atlanta, crime has dropped 20%. Atlanta is one of the most surveyed cities in the world. 7,900 people were saved from violent crimes. In Berkeley, California, crime dropped 40% in just one neighborhood. They installed solar-powered streetlights. 90 people were saved from violent crimes. Now, there are 333 cities in the United States that have a population of over 100,000, which means there's 333 cities in our market. Assuming we sell 3,500 SolarLens units to each city, we could be saving the country up to $71,095,500 yearly.
So what does Victus Energy offer? Well, we offer energy efficiency, cost advantage, government usage, and alternative energy projects.
All of our competition offers successful energy efficiency, but not like us. We aim to improve Evansville and our surrounding cities through our citywide projects. Both us and Morton Solar offer better prices for our products than Ohio Valley Solar. However, our prices are set lower as our products are sold in larger quantities for their intended use.
Our projects are intended for government or public use. However, our projects are always for the citizens. Morton Solar has excelled in giving back to the community, and we strive to resemble them in that regard. The projects are meant to be used by the public, and we use more than just solar. For example, our next project revolves around hydroelectricity with the goal to clean the Ohio River.
So where are we now? Well, we've obtained our EIN number and now are officially a licensed business in Evansville, Indiana, or just in Indiana as a whole. We began prototyping with USI's engineering department. We met with our ISBDC business advisor prior to the Changemaker Challenge. Then we won the University of Evansville's Changemaker Challenge, and now we're working with Evansville representatives on improving our products.
If we were to be awarded $1,000, what would we do? Well, first off, we'd invest $1,000 into our business, particularly in the prototype development stage. After our prototype has been finished developing, we'll present it to the city of Evansville and then locate a manufacturer to mass produce our product. Lastly, we'll come back to the city of Evansville and sign a contract with them to implement our product. How will we be funding our business? Well, we've applied to Department of Energy grants, Department of Homeland Security grants, the Indiana Technical Assistance Program grant, and the Manufacturing Readiness grant. Lastly, we'd like to thank our supporters. The University of Southern Indiana Applied Research Division, Brian Southern, Business Advisor, the University of Evansville, Michael Abitsky, the Evansville City Engineer, Phil Smith, the Evansville Chief of Police, and Derek McKillop, the Evansville Promise Neighborhood Director.
On behalf of my partner and I'd like to thank you for watching. If you wish to connect with us, these are our mobile phone numbers and these are our emails. Again, thank you for watching.
If you go back to the first slide, one of the top things on there is community engagement. And I want to hear how you've been talking with residents in the communities about implementing these streetlights in their neighborhoods, particularly on the security cameras.
Yeah, so we've been, walking around streets, or not us particularly, but we have partners in the city that have been doing surveys for us. And our main concern with the product is, how do I say it, being watched. A lot of people have privacy concerns, and our approach to this is, well, they're public streets for one, so the city is allowed to survey them, and you're watched everywhere you go. You Ring cameras, and Walmart has cameras, and Schnucks has cameras, and all these places have cameras. And now our cameras, they don't listen to you, so concerns of violating that privacy is there's none there. They're fine.
So very specific to community engagement, as that was one of the top 4 things that you listed on that first slide. What has the community been telling you? And I'm coming at this from like an anthropological perspective, that bottom-up research and gathering and observing from these community members. What have they been telling you in particular?
Well, from everyone we've talked to, they love the idea of having a safer neighborhood, a safer place of living and eating and sleeping, and not having that concern of someone breaking into your house or someone robbing you while you're taking a walk with your dog. So they do appreciate that sense. A lot of people agree that they have to call Centerpoint and schedule a meeting so they can fix their streetlights. Well, you know, we intend on having our streetlights not crashing with as many, because 300 LED light bulbs, that's how many each light has. They're all pixelated, and if one goes out, the whole grid doesn't go out.
Just a quick question on your LED lights. What is the length of life for an LED light?
So the ones we've been looking at have about 4 years, 5 years before they need to be changed. Yeah, we're working with Cree up north. So.
Question regarding, you quoted some statistics on, I believe, crime reduction. And just point of clarification for me, was that crime reduction due to lighting, or was it due to cameras?
So both of the ones that we quoted were from both. So Atlanta is one of the most surveyed cities. They did not improve their lighting, but they did add cameras, and their crime dropped 20%. In Berkeley, California, they implemented the solar streetlights, which improved their lighting and lowered their crime in that one neighborhood by 40%. Yep.
Thank you for your presentation. Question, does the camera have any form of intelligence?
No. It's monitored by 25 police officers, similar to other larger cities across the United States, as a real-time crime center. So officers will be monitoring it live, and all their feed that comes back is happening real-time, and they can send officers out as it's happening.
Do you think that will be something that can add in the future? Because I can imagine somebody sitting with about 50 screens in front.
Yeah.
And you can only see one or two at a point. So to identify a crime at that point may not be easy. What do you think about that, having intelligence on the cameras?
I think it's possible, yeah. I think it's definitely something that we could do and you know, approach and do in the future.
Yeah, it may be something like maybe somebody just all of a sudden just running. They'll be like, oh, was that intended? Was he running from something? And
yeah,
it could just, maybe that camera will blip or maybe blink a little bit and like, okay.
And notify an
rewind
officer live. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea.
All right, good.
Thank you.
All right, another huge round of applause for all of the students that have participated today. Thank you. And if we could also get another round of applause for all of the teachers in this room that have invested so much time and energy into making their classrooms a place where innovation can thrive. A huge thank you to all of our teachers. So hey, now at this time, the judges are going to have an extremely difficult task of figuring out who the winner of today's pitch competition is going to be. While that's happening, though, here's a couple things that we would like to do. If the students could come to the stage, we're going to take a big group photo, and you guys will receive your lunch vouchers. For the rest of the crowd, you guys are dismissed to eat lunch in the cafeteria downstairs. We are going to be returning from the judges' deliberation and presenting the award here at 12:45. Judges, I will gather you guys here in a few minutes and take you to the deliberation room. Thank you, everybody.
This is a piece of pizza.
It's a Pacers reference.
With this organization, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful time being a mentor. Hope I can do it again.
Well, what a pleasure it is to be here. I am blown away by the quality. I am blown away by how put together these pitches are, their ability to think about the business model. So I've been very impressed. It's been an incredible experience so far.
So we met people that knew like all the answers to our questions. It was like kind of cool meeting with people that we want to be like in the future, basically.
I would say it was motivational just to see all the words of wisdom they had for us and all the actual knowledge. And to apply that to our business, I think is one of the greatest things that this company and that the STARTedUP Foundation brings for all of us.
It's absolutely amazing to be here. I get to talk to all these wonderful people, really help with our business and a lot of innovative solutions to help our business. And then, like I said, just being at the track just makes it so much more magical.
I think it's a great opportunity that we got to talk to all these amazing mentors and get amazing feedback about our businesses. And it's just amazing that we're at the Indy 500 qualifying races and watch the race cars race.
It has been so much fun, and I think the biggest thing we learned is how important a mentor can be in finding the gaps, asking the questions that we're unable to ask ourselves, and really just giving us the guidance we need as we get ready for state.
I think this weekend I learned that
having connections in the professional world is really important, but having connections with all the people, even though they are competitors, is super important.
And they are complete opposites of one another as much as they are boy and girl. They're complete opposites in what they're interested, but they're like wanting the best for humanity is where the intersection is between the two of them. They come at it from completely different angles, literally. But they both are like on this kick that like people like we need to do right by people. I was like, I did something right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pat myself, but they just that's why I loved it. That's why when I got the opportunity to do this, because I'm doing all of them.
Yeah.
So I'll be going to all 6 of the regional events.
Oh, you are?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
I know, we will hug. Quickly, yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
Maxwell knows the secrets down here too.
Yeah, there's some stuff which is you need to have the password for it.
Yeah, you have to have a connection.
You gave me a lot of meat. Did he give you as well?
Yeah. Yeah. Like Iberia.
Yeah, it was salty and nice.
Don't trigger me.
You can just feel it calling you. Come back.
Where is your daughter right now, Ava?
A little nerve-wracking, but it was really good experience.
Oh, that's her? I was gonna, because she was going to Africa. Or she just got back. Where was she?
Can you? Oh, sorry. Okay, got it. Oh, gotcha. Oh. Yeah.
StartedUP has been able to
Yeah. Oh. Same problem in Kenya, so she may visit Kenya. That's where I come from.
It is so exciting to be here at State, especially coming off of participating in the It was amazing. I did not know what to expect when I got here. The energy in the
Adventure for me.
There was excitement, hope, and there was brilliance.
Yeah.
You can dream. I know. I can dream. I have to dream big. My winning aspiration is to have to say it too.
Finals year after year after year, you're inspired, quite frankly, and reminded that even at a very young age, you do great things, whether it's making products funner or safer, cleaner,
Well, we got a lot to talk about in the coming months, for sure.
cool about this program is
Yeah.
their own passion, whatever triggers something in their life, they understand that they can take an idea and change the neighborhood, change the state, change the world. So to created on Hoosier soil, Innovate WithIN is transformational for the student.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Get back to the anticipation. Want to invite you all back. Thank you again to the University of Evansville for hosting this amazing event every year. We sincerely love it. And this is also the part where it's exciting. We want to tell you a little bit about why a lot of the students are here. And as Hunter was pointing out, like we said, give a hand to the teachers. This fellowship is so important to us. It's these teachers that are making it a part of their school year to get students to see problems as opportunities. I cannot state that enough. We don't necessarily use the word entrepreneurship a lot. We just say it first, solve problems, see a problem as an opportunity. So if they're okay with it, we have 3 teacher fellows here. They would like to say a few words, volunteering you. Oh, you're doing the mic? All right. I want to start with, let's see, Linda's there, Jose, I see you, and Brett. Spur that on you if you want to say a few words about the Teacher Fellowship and what it's doing with your class.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Linda Schaefer. I teach the Entrepreneurial Academy at New Tech Institute. I see my juniors 2.5 hours every single morning, and I see my seniors every afternoon. The junior class is set up so that the kids plan their business, and the senior year, they launch their business. I think the biggest thing that this organization has provided me is with connections to other teachers around the state. So I really enjoy coming to competition because we can showcase what the kids have done. I've told the kids several times, and I even have something out in the hallway with all of our achievements, all nice and framed, all beautiful. You know, I take a lot of pride in what I do. I tell the kids to think like an entrepreneur, act like an entrepreneur, and be an entrepreneur. So this organization has done a lot for me, and I plan on continuing my fellowship next year and keep coming back to competitions and hopefully win this thing next year.
All right. Brett, and if it's all right, I'm going to say a few words as well about all 3 of you. But Linda, I think, has had the biggest turnaround. I remember meeting her 2 years ago, and what I saw it was then versus what it is and what it's becoming now. I cannot just say enough about the culture she is having on her students, and even some of the testimonials they've given today, but the culture and the impact she's having on the entire school. So thank you, Linda. Jose is one of our originals. Jose.
Hi, I'm Jose Moda. I teach at Signature School. I'm the business club sponsor, so a lot of the stuff that we do at Signature School, this is an after-school club. So through this fellowship, I think I want to reiterate what Linda said in the connections that we make. As teachers to other teachers, we get to be motivated by what they're doing in the classroom, and it pushes us further, right? Oh, that's possible. I didn't know that was possible. So we get to do it as well, and this fellowship has allowed that connection and that conversation to continue and grow. And then the other thing really is just what the fellowship and this competition has allowed is just real-world applications that the students get to participate in. They get to present their ideas, right? They get to, from creating this idea to moving it into actual parts. So I'm very fortunate in being brought along in their journey, and I think that's what this is all about. All right, thanks.
Jose's been that teacher and that connector. He's been so influential. And when Jose asks the community, they say yes. He has been a juggernaut of awesome, and we can't thank him enough. Brett Taylor.
Hi, everyone. First, I just want to say thank you for bringing your students here, parents who are here to support, educators especially, and judges, business leaders who are here. This has been wonderful. It's been a great experience for my students. We had the long drive down 41 from Terre Haute to Evansville, but it was a great drive, and I didn't kill anyone, so that's good news. Largely the greatest thing, I'll echo the same things my colleague said, but one of the greatest things that I've been involved with the STARTedUP Foundation is just creating a culture of care in our communities. This, one of the judges said earlier about the ecosystem. The ecosystem in Indiana has been amazing. It's been wonderful to see grow, but I'm a competitive person. I like to win. I like to compete, but seeing my students get fired up and seeing other educators get fired up has been one of the greatest things, and seeing other teachers that we can care about each other, we can be there as a resource to bounce off of each other has been just fantastic. So I'll finish with a story. This is year 3 teaching for me, and becoming a teacher was really hard. It was one of those scary things where I was like, man, I don't know if I'm good enough to be a teacher. I have a high regard and high respect for these teacher guys. But joining this fellowship and joining Dawn and the team in this journey was wonderful because I got a chance to talk with another teacher by the name of Dan Schultz up in Hobart, Indiana. And Dan told me, he said, man, I used to not share information with other teachers because I didn't want to like lose to them. But we had about a 3-hour-long conversation of how do we build our students up and make them better for the state of Indiana. So that culture of care through the Started Up it's created has just been fantastic and phenomenal. I'm proud to be a part of it.
The other thing that he didn't say is that he has also built this culture at his school that a lot of times this teacher fellowship, it starts with one teacher because they're that Trojan horse. And there's this misnomer that you have to teach entrepreneurship, you have to be in the business department. And Brett is such a conduit of nice that other teachers are like, wait a second, I can do that too. So he now cross-pollinates with teachers in other disciplines and other really classes to get more opportunities for his students, as does Jose and Linda. It's an amazing opportunity to celebritize great teachers, get them the resources we need. And honestly, even though we're a student-facing organization, our North Star is empowering these teachers. Otherwise, this is a one and done. Without these 3 teachers you met, without the ones that we have statewide, there is no competition, so I can't say enough good things about them. Speaking of saying good things, boy, you guys had your work cut out for you. If the judges want to come up and say a few words, we would be honored. Or do you want to say it there? Come on, yeah, come on up. I can always sing. No? No, we're not. All right.
First thing I want to say is how impressed I am with all of you that were here. What a great group of innovators. We were tasked with making some tough decisions, but as a serial entrepreneur, you guys have some good stuff coming down the pike here. That's all I have to say.
I agree with her, and also been here at UE teaching for 3 years now. I'm a computer science professor, and my area is into AI. So I was actually impressed with some of the solutions you guys had, and I asked you questions, and you answered perfectly. So I'm really impressed. Those ideas actually are life-changing. They're not just hypothetical. They're actually touching lives in a meaningful way. So I'm happy to see those and to be a part of it as a judge, at the same time as a human being, just seeing that solution out there. So kudos to everybody and for your presentations. I wish you all the best in the next stage.
Hi, everyone. Some of you know me, a lot of you know me. I've been in Indiana for 1 year now, so I've only been here for 1 year. I came to UE in about August of last year and said, here's some things I would like to do with you. And they're like, who are you? And I said, these are the things I would like to do, and I think we can do them. And I've given them 3 so far, 3 big ones, and we've done all 3 in 6 months. In the last 6 months. So we have 2 different grants from Department of Energy now, and we're working on a 3rd that's nationwide as well. As of January, I didn't have any employees here. Now I have 1 intern. She's in the back in the yellow shirt. Her name is Neva. Hi, Neva. This summer, we will have 8 more. In the fall, hopefully, we'll have a dozen or more. So just really appreciative of all the young people that are here today. I know this is scary. I didn't realize how scary it was until I actually got up here, but thank you all for being here.
Now it's really scary.
Yeah, ooh, I have the microphone now. I just commend each and every one of you for coming up on the stage and being really brave to share a part of yourselves and your project with all of us. There is so much potential here, and I think that no matter what the result gives, that you all should be very proud of what you have accomplished. And yeah, just keep on grinding.
It's always great being the last guy because everybody's said everything already, but no, just to reiterate what has been said. What you all did today is very, very difficult. Getting up here on stage, telling us about your baby, right? And I've been in the banking industry for 29 years, and every business owner loves to talk about their business. They like to talk about their business sometimes more than do their own children. So that's why I say it's their baby. And sometimes you have to hear that your baby's ugly, and nobody likes to hear that, right? But your baby's your baby, right? And you believe in it, you love it, and you're gonna nurture it, and you're gonna keep pushing, and regardless of what we say or what anybody else says, you love it and you keep going, right? This is an iterative process, what you're doing. You're gonna keep learning. We unfortunately were tasked with picking one, which was very, very hard. But there wasn't a single idea that we heard today that wasn't worth pursuing and just really, really cool. So thank you for allowing us to be part of your journey.
Alrighty, before I call up our friends at U of E, I want to remind everybody that this is the hard part. Even if your team is not selected as first, we are still considering teams for our top 10, so we're going to have some at large. So please stay in contact with us. And then also, before we leave today, I also want to impress upon you that if you have interest in learning more about the foundation or about the teacher fellowship, please grab one of us on the way out and share this. We live streamed it on today on YouTube. If you want to share that, if you want to also connect with us on LinkedIn, we're always looking for that. We are where we are because of our relationships and because of the introductions we can make. We'd also really, again, like to thank the University of Evansville on all they've done for us, this wonderful event. It's their continued support and also their wanting to get these young people also into Changemaker Challenge and also show their support and their guidance. We can't do without them. With that hard part, if you guys want to come up and make the announcement of who won, you're just gonna be like, okay, I'll break the news. To be fair, I'm gonna take a peek because I wanted to see who this is. So, all right, so this is the part that I don't like. Okay, again, you guys have been waiting. I don't want to keep you waiting, lawyer, but I cannot say this enough. And I was just talking to Mr. Day about this from Old National. This is such a hard competition. Winning doesn't necessarily mean winning today. Some of our biggest success stories out of this did not win. I would like to also point out the fact that one of our success stories from this region that came in third in state went on to be a Forbes 30 under 30. He did not win. So I hate, all right, I'll stop rambling. So the winner is Team Hydroxy. Pictures. You guys can be in the middle of that chat. You guys want to say a few words?
Before I say anything else, I'd just like to say it was great to meet all of you. It's great to see all the business ideas and all the great innovative things that are coming out of Indiana. I know when many people think of Indiana, they just think a bunch of hicks and farmers and all that, but it's great to see that there's so many smart, innovative individuals that are looking forward to look at problems and see what they can solve. And I'm just thankful to have the opportunity to be in a competition with you all and to get to view all of your ideas, and I wish you all luck in your future endeavors as well.
What's your name again? Colton Mitchell. Colton Mitchell for Congress, everybody.
Hi, I would just like to thank everyone here, and I'd like to give a big thanks to my team. 6 months ago, this wouldn't have been possible. I was starting this by myself. I was trying to pick it up after a lot of my team had left working on this, and I really really want to thank you both, as this would not be possible without the two of you.
All right, thank you. Again, we're staying back. If you have any questions, you want to know how to get involved, you want to know what's next, we're going to stick back. And again, students, number one, we're still going to be considering four at-large teams for the state. But I mean this. The ones who take us to task are the ones that keep calling us and keep asking for introductions. The ones that keep picking away. If we don't follow through, call us out on it. You said at regionals you'd be here and you'd make this introduction to that person. Yes. Please let us know how we can help. Because I know that this is I have put my heart and soul into other things like this before, and when you didn't win, you're like, oh, I'm promising you, I'm promising you, I'm promising you. We're here for more than just today. Other than that, thank you guys so much for coming out. And can we do a round of applause for all of the teams? Yes, please. Other than that, we'll stick around, but appreciate you guys coming out and let us know how we can grow and scale, and let us know also if you have any recommendations for other teachers as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I love your videos, by the way. I've had to watch.
Yeah, you've seen my face plenty of times. Yeah, social media.
George, great to see you.
Always good to be seen.
you.